Hello, 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 hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/Smile2. And if you are watching YouTube and you like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, subscribe, or see, don't forget to dislike. And some away. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me check sound really quick, like you know I gotta do. Alright, check, check. Be good. Be good, be good, be good. Alright. So, I guess the last time I was playing, well, I know what I was doing. Yeah, you know what? Let's just continue where we left off. Oh, the game is here anyway. We're gonna be here. Could take getting adjusted. This is my fortune pet. Although I guess technically didn't they add now that I can change that? I don't care. It's easier to fix. I'm tempted to go look at it, you know, but I don't know. Alright, yeah. So I do need to clear this out. I think I said that before. And then I gotta do the back wall. And then we gotta add all the fire, right? Well, not fire, but all the lava. Because we got the down here. Gotta go all the way back and forward and all that. Yay. But only to back here. I don't want to go further back than that. I think I mentioned that last time. And that definitely doesn't go down, it goes up because it's the middle. Alright. I mean, at least there's nothing here that can hurt me, right? I don't think. There might be a zombie somewhere. Just how it goes, you know? Okay, never mind. There's like lava right below me. What am I doing? So I guess the question's gonna be when I finally get around to it, what am I gonna do with the middle? Because I definitely don't want to leave it alone. Probably. Oh yeah, I've got to also remove the lava, but beyond that... Alright, oh, iron. Alright, so let's just clear all this out, and then we can clear the rest out. I guess this is gonna just be lower. I don't completely like it. There's not really much I can do for the moment. When I clear out of the level, I'll probably do something more with it. Here, let's actually hop down a second and grab the blocks. Alright, see you. Yeah. But I mentioned before, I'll say it again, this is all coming down because I don't feel the need for a wall here. Yeah. And mind you, this is where the wall was. Just this, I guess, kind of catch up if anyone pops in. Right here, but I just kind of went in and never mind. On that, cause I just don't. I don't know. I'd rather have it back here. I felt it was more in light. That way, it's only like a short jaunt forward there, and then it comes over. It's, yeah, maybe one building in the way kind of thing, but overall not kind of thing. Oh, those are. Man. Okay. Gotta readjust to Minecraft, cause I've been doing mostly, Hytale. I like it better. I like a more adventure style game. Minecraft is not that. I do like this, you know, I don't mind it, to be clear. Also, just to remind you, I have no intention of going and interacting with the update. I have no interest in it. Personally. There we go. Alright, and like I said, I'm just gonna clear it all out, and then this will all be flattened. And now I'm thinking about it and realizing you can't see anything. I'm sorry. Kitty is sitting next to me. And now sitting in front of me. Yay. I really do hope that I'll be able to finish clearing this out, at least a little bit. Kitty, what are you doing? No. No! Wait, no! No, honey. I love you too, but no. Give him some cuddles. There we go. Alright, okay. Okay. Wait, huh? Oh. go. I'm gonna find my way here. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Alright, yeah, I should just remove this. I guess the roof is here technically, but I don't. Yeah. Alright. What allows for that to be cleared out? Remove those. And remove those. Check where our levels are at. Hey. Toxic, how are you? I'm doing okay. How are you? Ooh. Good to hear that you're doing alright. That's good, that's good. And as you can see, we're just kind of clearing out the section here and making this all one room. I know better. I know I should probably have pulled in the TNT, but I just kind of didn't feel like it. Alright, yeah. Hiya, Dragon! What'd you find out? I think you found out, I guess. You never know. Yeah. Sounds about right. I mean... what more can you expect, really? Mm-hmm. I don't know what that is. See a myriad of things. Form of good luck, form of try to find the Mothman. Yeah, I like to use that as your, Let's see, I've heard weird stuff, so yeah. I'm just starting out by working on kind of clearing some of this out. Because, I mean, you know, I still have it. Mostly because I haven't been playing the game, but I need to actually get this cleared out, you know? So this is all one continuous room. And so two separate kind of, like, pockets that don't really look like they make sense. I get a little bit lucky earlier. I got some diamonds. No. But speaking, that's more like a, I think, Pennsylvania? Kind of thing. Nah, we got a swamp ape. Or skunk ape. Something like that. Like Bigfoot, but stinkier. And no, I'm not kidding, that is a thing. Specifically, skunk. I can't remember the actual name right now. That's dream. Frankly speaking, I don't think we need cryptids. We have some weird stuff just that actually is. Like we have, I think, more than one island even, like with monkeys that were brought in. So I think that diamonds in one of the chests. Gators, multiple kinds, and crocodiles, you know? Like, pythons. I know there was supposed... It's not really a cryptid, it's more like a prehistoric animal, but effectively has some, like, you could still find things that are akin to it, like the, 20-foot gator. Kind of thing, basically. But I mean, if you wander around enough, you can find some weird stuff here. We got plenty of weird stuff without having to go into the open cryptids. Like... number of invasive species alone. And that's, I think, the real issue, is that the thing is, most of our quote-unquote cryptids are things along those lines of, yeah, it's probably something that actually is out there, but it's considered invasive and endangered, and if it was acknowledged, then that would be a problem. Kind of thing. realistically speaking. Like, no, the Florman thing has been like the whole time kind of thing. People who just like, yeah. But no, I mean it's not a cryptid, but we got the rats of unusual size, you know, and then possums. Nasty little things. They don't really play dead, though. They just threaten you. Yes, and like 90% of the time has like rabies. Anyway, point being, most of those things are things to quietly get rid of, kind of thing. Before they cause other types of issues. Kind of thing. But nah, you don't really get a whole lot of that kind of stuff. Adrenal as far as cryptids go, just because, well... But, I mean... We already got the weird stuff that's just the normal weird stuff. I mean, think about it. Down the Everglades, like within like 50 feet of each other, you can have a gator and a crocodile. Like, intermingle. Not really, but effectively that's the kind of thing. Well, crocodiles are saltwater, alligators are freshwater. For one. And two, their snouts are different. I believe it's crocs. Their teeth are different. Well, I mean, in general, they're different. Like, on the outside, I think it's crocs. Whereas more on the inside is more gator. Plus, crocodiles tend to have a bit of a flatter nose to them. But there's a couple things. But like, if they can find their way over here, they will. That's really what it is like here. As far as the wildlife is concerned. Heck, I mean, you get armadillos up and down the state, and they're considered very invasive. And they travel here on their own. I don't know how to do that. Besides, I'm working on stuff. I'm not, like, needing things to work on. Well, that's gonna be a problematic part over there, isn't it? Great. Oh. Although technically, I don't really have to do much with it, do I? I was about to say sadness, but then I realized that's fine. Because, you know, I want those tough blocks. I think I cleared all the... Oh, I guess there's some spots over here for blocks. Alright, I think the bigger question for what I want to do is what do we want to do with that centerpiece in the city? Like... I'm gonna clear everything out. I kind of want to clear out the building, but I don't know. Instead of there being a building around it, maybe instead, like, make more of a platform that goes up and down, you know? Well, I can collect shinies, it's not that big a deal. Although I'm collecting mostly lava at the moment. For the outside lights. But I feel like lava is kind of shiny, right? Look at it. It's so bright. I don't even need torches over here. I suppose the only question's gonna be... See, we've got a little bit of a park area over here. This is effectively gonna be, at some point, more of like a market. So it doesn't really need much. We did have a market here. I mean, we have the little door here for contraband. But I really need to figure out where do I think it's gonna start being lava. I guess. Oh, there's some slooms. Die. Die, slooms. Give me your sloom. I was gonna say, I guess it would technically be back here. And then, I mean, mind you, I probably want to clear that out again. Because again, I don't know, I don't like the idea of these rooms kind of just not being plausible. I feel like that's kind of annoying. You can disagree. Obviously, I want to remove most of this here. We'll have a way up, but I kind of like the idea, maybe in the middle. Do just one line. Stairs. I don't really have a reason to have a back area here, though. I'm just trying to think through, what do I want to do? Although technically I think I was clearing the back here, and then I was gonna go, yeah. And then I gotta clear all this out back here. You know what this makes me in the mood for? Dragon, you'll be happy. I think I'd eat some TNT. Because it's just so... to clear out, I'm gonna make some TNT. Hello, Chris. Because I'm just looking at all my projects. I'm going, yeah. This is a pain in the butt. I'm just gonna get TNT. Yeah. I just look at all the areas I need to clear out, and I'm kind of left with, it's not going to be a lot, right? But I need to decide on an area to clear out first, and I was just thinking, you know, if I just hit TNT, I can do that quick. Yeah, I hear ya. Knowing my luck, some other guys will come out at the same time. But I don't have a lot of sand, so that's where I kind of end up going. I don't really want to do that, but I really can't just leave it alone. I know it looks like, oh, but there's so much. Not really. Well, it's not gonna be a lot of TNT. I'll be realistic about that, but it's gonna be a little bit. Oh yeah, speaking of, I think I have to clear out again here. Because, you know, I'm like right next to it. Wrong way. not yet. I don't think any of them. It's just gunpowder. Unfortunately. I really do wish there were alternative ways to make TNT. Again, I've said it like a couple times. I know that technically it's probably just because they want to prevent griefing, but griefing happens anyway. You know? Like, you can't really prevent griefing. Not really. So we have 16 pieces to kind of try and blow some stuff up. I'll have it updated. I don't care. Oh wait, I think I have to like update the whole thing, don't I? Oh, good for now. I did it close. Here, should we flip to the latest version? I just realized I'm not on the latest version. I'm on Hedge's personal whatever. Hello, Tomas. Yes, alright, give me a second. This is gonna be unpleasant. Alright. Alright, give me a second. Easier on it if I do it this way so you're not gonna see something on there, but probably to keep it more consistent. It's just literally the version before this one. Alright, just quickly. Hello, Kenny. Give me a second. Advise me to make a backup before going in. I'm just gonna wait a minute and then we'll go ahead and be... Who knows how long. Just waiting. Sorry, it's taking a minute. If you want to see, I can literally show you all I'm looking at. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. Hello, Krenix. Alright. See, if I had it showing on OBS while I was doing it, do I have to... Give me a second. Okay. I forgot. One extra sec. Fair enough. Right. Alright. It just takes a couple minutes. And I forgot. I forgot. Brandon. Huh? Come on, let me actually look at this. Okay, this is gonna be a pain. Lovely. Yeah. Why won't you actually let me look at what I want to add? You stupid thing. Yep, we're just gonna have to try and fight with this, apparently. Come on. Welcome to technical difficulties. It doesn't want to let me actually add what I want to add. Oh, wait, no, I know what to do. I know what to do. This is what it is, isn't it? Let's try like this. There we go. Bop. Find it. You. Alright, and then I have to... Can't remember if I have to exit out of everything or just... Well, you guys can't see it. Let's fight with this. Let me exit out of the thing and try going back in. Come on, and work. Kindly, you stupid, stupid thing. Don't. There we go. All fixed. All fixed. Ta-da! That just didn't want to. Alright, let's go look at the stupidity. I really don't want to interact with most of the update, but, you know. And I'll be fixing everything back up for heads when I'm done. Let's look at it. Did it just, like, throw up all the babies so that they aren't, like, an issue? I will take that. Happily. Alright. Let's find out if this farm is broken. Does not make me feel any worse about doing this to them. Just want to know, do they have the ability to get out? Good. No. Yep, I don't care. Amazing experience. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to be feeling this meh about it. But you know what? I've been pretty clear, I don't think they're very cute. So, yeah. Alright, so yeah. When this is done, I can dump the last of the eggs, and yeah. Anyway, so we have our TNT. Benefit and seal. Something to set fire. Alright. All for the purpose of removing a, like, very small amount. Because realistically speaking, this is 16 9 by, like, 3 by 3 cubes. It's not even that big. Like, did the ultimate test to see did I care if they're supposedly cuter? And the answer was no. Anyway. I am going to collect these up because I do want them. But beyond that, I mean, like I said, one of my bigger problems here is I just literally need... Just gonna make holes. Be careful. See, that's already a lot better, right? But no, I'm kind of left with, like I've said before, I mean, maybe I would have found the baby chickens and stuff cuter if not for having played Hytale before they decide to announce such an update, you know? Maybe. I really just can't. And mind you, it's just, they're kind of bland. Like, if you want to go for cute, there's ways to make it feel cute, you know? No. Plus, we're referring to baby animals. Oh, I'm referring to baby animals. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, all I have to do is find one baby zombie to absolutely be horrifying. Like, why? Yeah, you've seen what they look like, right? Fire in the hole. Really not satisfying, is it? It feels like it should be, but it's just not. Also, I'm almost out of room. In fact, I am out of room. I need to go dump this. And I've barely cleared anything out. I was just trying to clear out some areas so that I could start working on some more fire, lava walls. You know, walls of lava that exist for the sole purpose of being weird. Well, light, I guess, more. I don't have any of these anyway. Alrighty, I hope you have a good night's sleep. I was also thinking of adding another little shop into, slash, just area into some of these other areas. Like, I have room. I just have to actually clear out the space for it so I can fill these things in. The heck? Oh. I know what it is. It's because of the way the update is. think you can just literally... it has to be in the thing. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of clear out this wall some, because it's supposed to go all the way back. As you can see here, and I was figuring as long as I'm doing things, like I'm trying to clear things out, what I really need to do is just, I don't know, grind it out a little bit here and just kind of slowly but surely chip away at it. But there's just not enough space in general, so it just kind of continues to exist. And you can see it just comes straight to here. This is quite literally the edge. Or is it? Wait, no, never mind. This is the edge. This is what needs to be filled in. Oops. I suppose, to be fair to myself, I mean, I do like that. Somewhat. I just don't need that much moss either, is the problem. Plus, I kind of do need stone. On account of, well... I need the actual, like, materials. Oh yeah, maybe I should just switch to moss. Although moss isn't really as much faster as it feels like. It just feels good. Alrighty. I hope you have a good night's sleep. Alright. Now that we've done that, oh yeah. I think what are the only two things I actually like from the update? It's such a minor thing, but here, I'll show you guys. Pretty sure it's part of this one, right? I know you guys don't know. Fair enough. Then have a good evening, / day, / whatever it is for you. Look. You can't tell what the thing is? No. This is regular deep slate, not cobbled. You don't have to actually break it into the cobbled version. I still do it because I prefer using the fortune pick, but to break them. But I do like that I can just do that. I don't have to choose. Fair enough. But basically now you can just get your stone, and if you need cobblestone, you can just throw it in the stone cutter, and it will become cobblestone. And the same with deep slate. You don't have to think about it. Which I do think is valuable, I just don't think it's worth the rest of the update. Pretty much the only bits I really like are the name tags and the ability to not have to switch back and forth. You can just choose to use Silk Touch. But at the end of the day, I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna pretend it's crazy great. But, you know, I'm trying to give, like, something nice, you know? Like, yeah, I like this part, you know? I'm not just being negative, I'm being honest. Though, my honest opinion is... It feels weird because it feels like they were trying to kind of copy what they did, what the Create mod did, you know? But just not as good. You know, Idealize. Ironically. In which you can switch back and forth. Because you can switch them back on the mods, but not... But that's why I think that's dumb. Or that part is dumb. It's just literally... Like, come on. You're gonna present this concept, present it properly. Otherwise, just leave it to the mods. Like, Anyway, as I've said, you don't have to agree with me, obviously. In fact, I don't expect you guys to, because, I mean, got some out there opinions when it comes to Minecraft. And I know it. Occasionally. You'd agree? I'm just saying that yeah, I really am just saying I feel like it's that's how I felt for so many of their more recent updates. It's not that it feels modded. Ironically, it feels like they saw the mod and then decided that the way to make it not obvious that they're just using the mod is by adding a crappier version of it. Which kind of feels insulting, to be honest. Like... I'm of the opinion if you want to do, if they want to add something that feels fine, you know? I mean, that makes sense. But just, you know. Because realistically speaking, you can't be absolutely certain that your idea isn't going to turn out to be something that somebody made some dumb mod for, like, 5 years ago. There's no way to guarantee that, so I don't think that's a problem. But again, like I said, it's because I just wouldn't expect anything, wouldn't. If you're gonna do it right. And that is really and truly where I go with it. At the end of the day, do it right if you're gonna do it. But no, the biggest reason though why I'm mostly still sticking to the whole just cobbling as well is because you can't on the go really. Your I forget the name of it. You can't on the go stonecutter. Not really. So you still end up basically doing the same thing anyway. But I do think it'd be useful for if I was specifically just to be going on a mining expedition. If I ever bothered to get shulker boxes. Which would require bothering to go to the end, would require a reason to go to the end. Irony of it all. I have no reason, so I don't want to go. Or there nothing new or interesting. I'm gonna go and mount it. How it is. And much like with Hightail, I do think that if people can look at the original mod, you know, and recognize it for what it is, it does make the update feel less cool. Because you know a better version of it. That's the biggest irony for so much of it, is it's like, it's not that it's necessarily a bad idea. I don't think that the update ideas are bad. But I do think they are poorly executed. And I still go to, I'm kind of find it weird. Or, well, sad, I guess. The intention to not ever do a big update again. Kinda. Well. Goes away. Means I'm most likely to engage with the update. But I have no reason. Ironically. Like, really? Also, I'm curious, when's the last time you guys actually wanted to engage with the full update? Full on. Get into the whole thing, like for example, this last time with the baby moms. You actually did? Fair enough. So what did you want to engage with it? What animals did you want to make remain babies forever? Since that's basically the core part of the mod. Not mod. The update, rather. Why did I say mod? Ah. Fair enough. Alright, and let me guess, the one before that one you actually like the spheres, right, Chris? How about the next update? Are you going to interact with that one? As of what they've shown yet? Let me guess, you went red. Did I say you didn't? That's why I'm curious, because honestly for me, the last time I really interacted with an update that I kind of actually liked was the Armored Pause. I still go with, I feel like I wish that it was part of the, where I fully wanted to, rather. Not just like, I feel like I should. Because it is an update. The next update, they will be adding sulfur and cinnabar cubes that you can decorate your house with. Also, there will be a slime that you can beat up to play soccer with. That is the update. As they showed it, specifically, so far. And you have a lot of people sure they're going to introduce a beetle because the red block probably had a spider on it with 2 missing legs. Yeah. Sulfur. Decorating block. Also, they're not very pretty colors. Like ketchup and mustard, to be specific. I feel like I should specify that. I'm not saying like you don't want that, I'm just... I feel like I should specify that. And I'm not like saying it's necessarily a bad choice. I do think it's bad to do after babies. That they didn't... They updated some background code, but they didn't really do much foreground. And then it's like... Their big part of it was the slime. That was the big hurrah. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, it's that whole... They decided to add sulfur. And what is it for? Decorating! Anything else? No! Oh, wait, no. It makes you sick. If you put it underwater. And you stand over it. Because, you know, sulfur springs are poisonous. But sulfur blocks are perfectly fine to decorate with. It's dumb. And sulfur slimes are a perfect toy to play with. I think that's the part that to me was more even than just... Yeah. Like, I don't know, it's that whole... I think the worst part about it was just... If they hadn't acknowledged that it's a potential health hazard kind of thing. Yeah, see? I think the most frustrating bit with it was ironically just how they presented it to start with. To me, that was what annoyed me the most. More than like the blocks themselves, other than the fact that I'm left with... You introduce sulfur so that you can make kinda looking houses. That's... Of course, that's how Mojang works. And after proceeding to say that this is great for decorating, then say sick. They'll make you sick. Like, I don't know. I think that's the part to me more than anything else. That it's just, they started out going, it's the most sandblock update yet, and then it's just, or the sandblock game style update yet, and then it's like no. It really wasn't. Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful they'll add something else to it, but I, realistically speaking, do not have that faith at this point anymore. Because I feel like it's going to look fun, but then unless it's I've said it before and I'll say it again. I feel like all the updates are aimed more towards just multiplayer. I don't mind trying to interact with them, but I feel like so many of them are kind of they have like one or two things that are actually interesting out of the whole thing, and then the rest of the update is just there. And I don't mean like, oh, for me, like, I don't know. I don't know how to put it. Intriguing concepts, enough to get people to actually update, but not enough to get an actual, you know. Get someone to come back and play it or anything like that. It's the they did enough kind of thing. I think that's the thing that I feel like. And once they've hit whatever that is, enough for them. That's the update. The rest is to work on backlog code stuff that, for the most part, they are then gonna use in a small way in the next update. Because Claves and Cliffs was too hard. And I'm not saying this as I think they're lazy, but I feel like maybe, well, A, they need to screen who's doing up interviews. I think that's one of the things to me. Like, who's ever doing these interviews, they need to screen them better. Because that does not make them look good. I'm realizing I don't think I have a single spot. Dude, I just kind of think it feels patronizing. I think that's my bigger thing. The other thing, like, I really end up feeling whenever I watch a Minecraft live, I look at them, I'm trying to see what the next update's gonna be like, and then I just feel like it's like, especially this last one. I think this last one was the worst one, where it's just like, we've been listening to you. Here's some items you've not asked for. You've actually asked for something else with them. But this is because this is what you asked for. And I was just like, nobody's asking for that. What are they talking about? I don't know. mind you, I'm not saying that about like being able to keep baby mobs. No, people have asked for that kind of thing. The name tag recipe people have asked for ugly block set and slime that doesn't really do anything unless you're making a mini game. I don't feel like I've seen that. And as I've said, it maybe in the next few weeks it'll have something better, but more you already know. I mean, that's the problem. The reality is they probably won't. It will probably be that's the update. They might add one or two things that people would like to see. Just so people so that people can't complain about it. Look, you're getting this kind of thing. And it'll just feel yet again like, oh, I don't really have much reason to play. This isn't even about like Hytale or anything like that. Yeah, I like the game, but I like Minecraft. I just don't have a reason to do anything new. And that's the most disappointing part. I don't get any of the thing, like, I'm not, like, even saying, like, builder, but just, yeah. In general, as a single-player world, I mean, I guess. I don't know. A lot of it, to me, just kind of feels... well, aimed at multiplayer and aimed to make people who play not multiplayer feel bad for playing single player, because you could be playing with your friends. Like, but I don't want to. I like playing on my single player world. I don't know. I just won't interact with the updates anymore. Because what's the point? I don't know. I know I complain way too much. I do. It's just... I don't know. Heck, I mean, I think... I'm not, like... Yeah. I mean, ultimately, though, I think the biggest thing with these last several drops is it kind of shows why drops aren't really a great system. I would say that. Because everything just ends up disjointed. And, yeah. That does then mean that, well, the game ends up full of things that just aren't good long term. I mean, yeah, I suppose a better question would be some of the older updates when they started pulling this kind of stuff. Like the sniffer, like the, archaeology as a whole, really. This kind of thing. That's the kind of thing where it's like, when's the last time you actually interacted with any of those? In 2 to 3 years, do you think you're still going to be interacting with the spear? Dogs. When's the last time you actually cared about the dog being different? And I liked that update. I think that's more where I'd go with it. When's the last time you really thought about going to a pale forest to get to a pale garden, other than to get your one piece of wood, or your 4 saplings, and maybe a heart? Realistically speaking. And that's only 2 years ago. Not even. Actually, I said 2 years. Really, it's about 1.5 years now from the Pale Garden. See? There's really no... For an update, it didn't do anything. It exists. It seems like a cool idea. It's like, oh yeah, I'd totally go back against... Maybe. Someday. But that's the problem with the drops. Realistically speaking, once you have your baby animals that you want, are you going to really interact overall with the tiny takeover updates? Or anything else really to it? Maybe the stonecutter. Maybe the recipe for name tags. But that's going to be about it. Ah, fair enough. And that's the problem. It's not that it's that it's in the moment, but then as soon as it's gone, you have to find uses for it, because otherwise it's there somewhere. You might remember it every now and then, be like, oh yeah, that was an update, and then move on. That's kind of where the problem lies. Part of why people like the Nether update so much isn't because it was the biggest update. Realistically speaking, if you look at like items and stuff, Village and Pillage was bigger. But the reason people remember it is because it's in your face. Even villagers aren't as in your face as the Nether, being completely and totally, in so many ways, different. But not really. Ironically, there's not that much difference, but you remember it. It was something that stuck in your brain. You basically gained 4 new biomes, of which you're most likely going to spawn in the most dangerous one. And heck, I mean, yeah, That's kind of where I end up going. Ironically, it makes it feel bigger when it's something that, A, has something that's a noticeable difference. But you're definitely going to run into. B, does something that the majority of people are going to have some interest in somehow. Whether it be the redstone aspects, or the new blocks to build with, or the new ways to try and survive, adding new challenges and the like, right? There was something that was effectively something memorable for everybody. As being something that was added. Well, I don't care as much about the ancient city and 1.18 in general, which is again remembered. But again, it rather 1.19 because that's really when Skulk was added for realsies, right? But a lot of Redstone, if you go into the Redstone channels and stuff, they remember it because it was very much something that effectively revolutionized Redstone contraptions to some extent. Or the way to do some of them. But instead, you're basically, since then, I dare you to play on a version that just play on 3 different versions from that point onward and try to tell what the differences were just by playing your normal playthrough. You're not going to feel a whole lot of differences. If you want to find a tricky trial spawner, that's 1.21, but then from there, well, if you don't want white, unless you're specifically looking for white wood or whatever, you're most likely, as an average player, not going to see anything. And that's why they aren't memorable. That's not why you think back on them. You try to, or even bother to use them. They don't have anything to them. They're bland. What you'll remember from this update is, in like, I would say even 6 months, gonna be the ugly zombies. Baby zombies, I guarantee. It's not gonna be about the cuter baby animals or whatever, it's gonna be about the ones that nobody liked. Remember it as when the villager heads for baby villagers was flattened. And every hostile mob that's a baby variant became kind of horrible to look at. And even those that were liked then were immediately changed to be horrible looking. Like, you can't make that up. I think that's the weirdest part. Like, the initial baby zombie look, people actually kind of liked, from what I saw. Then they immediately changed it to the even worse one. It's like, but why? What does that do for you? Realistically speaking. But that's gonna be it. It's not gonna be remembering about, oh, but this mob was so cute. Because other games have cute mobs. Cute isn't memorable. Not really. At least not on its own. In that way. Heck, think about it. Do you remember what update was the axolotls? Maybe. Maybe not. The last time you used an axolotl other than something as, oh look how cute it is. See? Was, I believe, it was either 1.17 or 1.18 was when axolotls were added to the game. Cute isn't, well, I'm not saying this as a, like, it has to be scary or gruesome. I'm just saying you can't just add that or try to hone in on that. It might seem great for merch, but actually, ironically, overall, it's not necessarily guaranteed to get you more merch. It just sounds good on paper. Because kids like cute stuff, right? And it's cute. Who doesn't like cute? That's kind of how it feels like, I think. Like, the Happy Gas last year. Again, it doesn't make for a good update. Another good way to kind of feel it about it is, and this is how I do feel to some extent, they took what was an iconic look, right, and threw it away for cute points. That aren't even going to be thought of in, like, 2 years. And overall, most people won't even remember. And I think this is where I would go with it. If they had actually stuck to pixel consistent and only a few mobs actually got the cute baby look, maybe the chickens, I could see sticking that way with the chick kind of thing, or adding it as a variant kind of thing. And then you have like a middle stage, and then you could go with that. I could see doing something like that. But completely throwing it away because cute does not work. Because they aren't cute. Not really. They feel like they should be. They're all beady-eyed now. I'm not saying cute is illegal or anything like that. I'm just saying in general. And I am voicing my opinion. And you can disagree with me. And feel I'm full-on wrong. And that is fine. But, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't. No, so I'm not telling you not to, or be like, oh. Well, I'm not saying... Because it's subjective, right? At the end of the day, I'm just saying where I feel like some of this, to me at least, and not just like when I see like the sentiment overall and all that kind of thing. That's really where I kind of also am coming from with this, what I'm saying here with the whole cute and cute. Is good for short-term financial gain. It's cute at the expense of what makes your game memorable, I guess, right? Is it smart? Long run. I would go there. Say even more than anything else. Like, for more objective kind of thing. Where I feel like it would go. Not feel like, it's just more like how that tends to happen. Because Yeah, let's moss. No, isn't it? But that's kind of where it often goes. Like, if you throw away what was something that had a specific feel or look or whatever to it, it's not even specifically pushing people away, but it makes it harder for people to come back in. It's not what they left, right? Like, say you left the game for like 2 years and you come back to this. Would you think with the baby mobs, specifically, just to use this, right? Would you think that you're actually going into the same game? Or would there be a potential possibility of thinking, is this some sort of, like, fake game? Is this just pretending? Even you know you clicked into it. Because a lot of people don't keep up with those updates. It makes it easier to just not go back to. And I do feel the Nether update to some extent was like that as well, but at least they left some of it the same, right? They didn't just completely go from... See? You'd assume it was a mod. You wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I should go do that update. Why would you? That's not Minecraft. That's just some dumb, either a knockoff or a ripoff, or it's a mod that someone's trying to trick you into an update. Because at the end of the day, that's what it looks like. And that's more what I'm saying with that. Beyond anything else. I'm not saying anything like, oh, this isn't they get what's coming from or anything like that. It's just literally short-term gain. Feels good in the moment, but at the end of the day, it's not going to get the results that you're necessarily looking for. If that is the results you're looking for, less people recognizing your game and thus not going back to it, I mean, that's one way to handle it. I suppose. But overall, it doesn't encourage your player base to play your game. Like, and as I've said, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing something that maybe feels modded. But I do think something like mobs, the way mobs look, is a bit more important overall. To try and keep that the same. Because that's how you keep people coming back. And honestly, I think last year, the Spring to Life, how they handled it, other than not doing the sheep, I think that was pretty fair. It didn't completely change the look of the mobs, right? It just gave them a few more 3D things to it, but nothing that you wouldn't go, yeah, I guess that's Minecraft. And they added plenty of other things to it to make it clear that it was still an update. I might feel like it was just resource pack the update, but I could acknowledge that there's something to it. And that there would be something that would potentially pull people back. Or at the very least have them recognize it must be an actual update. For the Tiny Takeover, there was nothing like that. The recipe, the way they showed it, they kept showing it with the copper nuggets, which don't look anything like any of the other nuggets. The mobs look like they're just a resource pack. Like, not even a mob. Like, with a mod, you could at least kind of get away with something. But no, it looks like a resource pack. Because it is one. At the end of the day. And that's where the shame really kind of is, just where it just ends up feeling like, well, I mean, I guess, kind of thing for an update. So that's more where I go with that. It's less, and then like just in a more objective sense, you know? Because I am very judgy, and I know it. But just looking at it as an actual update, I think it would feel less weird. If they would actually have basically shown the recipe more often with iron nuggets or gold nuggets. Because, like I said, I mean, if you look at the copper nuggets, they just don't look like something vanilla. Shape-wise, because nuggets already had a specific shape to them. Which leads me to believe that they're planning to eventually change the shape of all the nuggets so that they're more accessibility, blah blah blah. Removing more of that whole what people recognize. I mean, just look at it. It's more akin to create than it is to... Do I have an iron? Gold and iron's the same. And I think if they were to have added, like, an accessibility setting, blah blah blah, shape-wise, that you can toggle on or off, I'm not gonna be like saying, oh, they shouldn't do that, but I do feel like it's not something that makes sense for the game. Because it's removed so much of what made it very clear what it was, or what it was showing. I'm not saying like Soul, I'm saying more like honestly, it kind of shows that their main focus isn't really about gameplay and actually playing the game. Not really. Or, to be more exact, it shows that no matter how much they might claim that, oh no, they totally play their own game, they kind of don't. Not really. Not at a more basic level. At least. They definitely don't actually play Bedrock. bit too bad. I don't know. Maybe I just associate someone who mostly played Bedrock the fact that they didn't even bother to test to see if it would destroy worlds and get rid of them if you weren't careful. Or really actually bother to try and fix anything. Yeah. Anyway. And I mean, it definitely doesn't help that I just... Yeah. As I said before, I didn't go into... like, be able to just judge Minecraft to be like blah blah blah. I've already been like that. But I just kind of compared the two at this point. Because I play both of them. And I really do end up kind of left with... whether it's that they put in too much thought or not enough, whatever the opposite, whatever they've done that's made them doing all their current stuff, I wish they'd do the opposite. Where there'd be more... I'm not gonna be like saying like, ooh, being freed, because I'm not gonna pretend that's gonna be like helpful. But I've turned to things that are actually to focus on the game, rather than on, oh, but I think this is cool. Like, I can acknowledge, yeah, the slime looks like it's probably quite the work of the piece of work to do and everything. Certainly looks like it probably took quite a bit of time to plan and work on, but at the end of the day, why? What makes this more important than, say, cleaning up structures or blocks or something like that? Heck, minecarts. They've had that as an experimental that most people seem to like. This isn't like the villager trading rebalance. This is actually something that overall people have thought is actually nice. Something like that, bringing that to the game, or starting to do something with that. Why not do something that focuses more on that? It might sound silly, but, like, realistically speaking, it isn't bad. Right? dedicate an update to actually doing a mining style update for a game called Minecraft. I'm sure that's what they think they're doing with the sulfur cave, whatever. But that's not really what that is. Because it's not really about the mining. It's about, you could make a mini game, maybe, if you really wanted to. And you can build with these blocks, but to be real, you're probably not gonna. And if people are right and they are gonna add a beetle, the beetle will do nothing but give you more cinnabar so you can decorate more, probably. Or sulfur. So you have more decorational objects, because clearly that is what you want from sulfur and cinnabar. Anyway, I hope I'm proven wrong. I do. I do. I don't really like being worried about that kind of stuff. Hey, I'm the judgmental one who is cynical here, not you. But I don't disagree. I don't think they're gonna do much more. But compared to last year's summer drop, which is very similar to how, if it did to like spring with being as similar, it's gonna be very similar. I mean, but yeah. It'll be the mobs, the blocks, and it will feel like there's no reason to go there. And the Wandering Trader will probably get the blocks as well, so there'll be no point in actually going to the cave unless you want the slime. Oh, but even then you have a chance of potentially getting them anyway, so you know. You wouldn't want people to not be able to get them without adventuring. And it'll be a pain in the butt to get, though, because it'll be like you need 3 pieces of sulfur that does nothing. The worst thing is, if you think about it, so the April Fool's update comes out in like 2 days, right? Whatever they're doing with that. Which, obviously, we want to try, right? I'm guessing. I'm gonna say here, they better hope it's a disappointing one. That's gonna feel like, right. Yeah, you guys totally couldn't put this into the game. Sure. Because reasons. I do feel like the thing to me that's the most ironic thing is, I mean, people try to point out, go, well, it only took 2 weeks. They only really get to do for like 2 weeks to do that kind of thing. Da 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 da. They don't have to test or anything, and it's just like, okay. So they can get an idea to code quite a big update typically for the April Fool's update, right? That level in like 2 weeks. But they can't even get something half that size done in what's now basically a quarter, you know? Who knows? Of a year. Before it was a year, now it's a quarter of a year, and yet it still kind of falls in line with, okay, yes, that's how long it takes them to get to that level without, like, doing any testing. Blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, 90% of the testing happens from while you're seeing it anyway, so... And bugging and not debugging and stuff. Because they use players to find those things, clearly. And it just doesn't make it look good. In all honesty, it can't be a one-to-one recreation of the movie, Tomas. They changed how the baby mobs look, so it will never look like the movie ever again. They quite literally dated the movie within one update. Like, I'm shocked they were able to get away with it. To be honest. If you stop and you think about it, you know I'm telling the truth. Because baby chickens were just normal baby chickens, baby sheep, baby sheep. Baby villagers were baby villagers, not these weird squashed head things. Like... And that means that the second movie, unless they completely change the designs and have to come up with some explanation for why, is also going to look wrong. Because they decided they wanted to change everything after the fact. It's so weird. I was like, again, that's not even just my opinion kind of thing. That is reality. Like... What are they thinking? But then, oh, cute cells. And now think about it, isn't Minecraft Movie 2 supposed to come out next year? Because they're trying to pump them out. They're not gonna have time to change the designs and really change that. Not in that way. Yeah, so the creators of that movie have basically been tossed under the bus. Not enough for something like that. They have some time. But that'll make the movie oh so much more expensive to make. Yes. Remember how much more expensive that movie was because of that. Because redesigning isn't cheap. It's better to be able to use the same design. Which means that in the most charitable look at it, that they potentially added a couple $100,000 onto that movie, if not millions, by doing that update. And that's a... Yep. Although, I'm just saying in general, like, I no matter what decision is made for the movie, that's not gonna be good. And that was all because they went, well, I want cute mobs. baby moms. But my definition of cute. Oh. I'm just thinking, and I'm just kind of left with, I feel like that's actually kind of weird. Thinking about it. Like, there's options. For going about something like that and such. And it just seems like they made the one option that nobody would want. Which is bizarre. So, yeah, no, if I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of left with... Yeah, they just basically hung the people making the movie out to dry. For an update that had really nothing good. As far as, like, for the actual makers of the movie. Like, that doesn't really give them something to work with there. That's just... yeah. Why? Sorry. Tangent. Not important. Just thought about that. Realized how crazy weird that is to choose. Like, of all things. You don't have to. Go with that option. I don't know. What do you think, Chris? Fair enough. I was just asking because... I mean, you said you like the new Baby Doll designs, right? I was just saying, isn't that basically throwing the movie directors and everything under the bus? Because now they'll have to redesign everything. They'll either have to spend quite a bit of money on it, have to use AI, or basically their movie will not look right in comparison to the game. I'm just saying, because the entire point is it's supposed to look like Minecraft. The first thing the Minecraft developers did upon having a kind of shockingly successful movie was effectively say, yeah. I mean, they do, though. By its very nature, they have to have shown some baby mobs. But are you saying in the sequel they would have to show no baby mobs? I guess. Yeah, I guess they could pull something like that, but in a kid's movie, I don't think they're gonna. Now is the parents mad at them? There's no good option for them. That's what kind of more where I'm going with it. It's not that it's like, ooh, I'm just left with why? Like, you can make so many choices with it. Why choose the one option? Or like update kind of thing. Also, if they do plan them 3 years in advance, that means they knew before the movie even came out that the mob designs would be changed, which makes it even worse. Because they basically made sure that the movie cannot be... Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if they ever paid attention to Backlash. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't work because it's like... It's really weird as a choice. I honestly think there's ways they could have handled it. I mean, I'm not gonna say that there was nothing they could do. But... really, this kind of lands more on... Minecraft developers just didn't care enough. About the people making their movies to even think about bothering to correct that. And it really does feel weird. Oh, wait, I already had that already through? Never mind. Yeah, it makes sense actually. But yeah, I find it weird more than anything else. Alright, so that's all done. On removing this, I might add in some bases, because, I mean, effectively the basic idea for a building is pretty determined already. Alright, so... Since this kind of matches to there, we don't want to go all the way back. I want to do smaller buildings here. 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. File answer, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, so that's like that, and then you can have one here. You could potentially have basically like a little start, like opening area to that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that could be the to there. All right. Go. No. Yeah. And then much like with everything else, you can just kind of add this in the middle along the bottom so that makes it for a simple enough house. Oops. Oh, too far. I kind of like the idea of having something maybe over here that's more arching around. Kind of give a little bit more of a delicate kind of, I guess, vibe to it. Do I have any room for what we gotta do? You know what? Let's just put this down some random spot. There. There. Anyway, so if we do this proper, we could do this. And then this. That way that all just kind of comes in, like so. That allows for each space to kind of feel a little bit more, you know, cozy. Let's see, can we jump? Anyway, I don't know. Yes, we can. Cool. Sort of. I can technically jump. Alright, let me get the light out. I'm gonna need to repair this. I've had like nothing. So far, so good. I don't really have a lot of room. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna collect all these because we don't need them out here. I was already thinking I needed to do that, so there's that. I'm gonna collect the ones that are over here as well, and then we'll just put them away, and then we will then from there collect. I'll grab that one too. I know I technically could leave them because I do leave them on the other spots, but I kind of like the idea of not necessarily over here. It's a little bit too close to in town for that. Or at least like where you would reach kind of thing for in town. It's a elegant block. It's also useful in such a place. Anything in here that would actually go in? Nope. Apparently a little bit. Nope. Apparently a little bit. A little bit. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go heal up my pickaxe a little bit here. We've got plenty back here. Biggest reason why I just know I can just kind of come back here and just do. I just need to clear it all out. What? They have to be cleared out. It's an infestation. Alright, Alright. The only block that's not. There we go. Okay, the only one that's not. There's a diamond. Alright, that'll be healed enough. I'm gonna do a little bit of this one too. Doesn't need as much, but you can give it a little bit of a top off. Alright, 2. We're just gonna keep going through. We're almost there, right? Of course, I could just work on getting the wall over the side done, but... Ah, fair enough. Yep. Gotta keep getting through it. Eventually we'll have enough, and eventually we'll have our redesigned ancient city actually, you know. Done. At which point it will be... Water temple? Oh, do you mean the ocean monument next? Did I just say the ancient campus will be almost done, and then yeah, we could talk about probably a stronghold next, right? Because it's not very strongholdy. No, is it? As of right now. It's kinda... not. Honestly, I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be. The stronghold. I kind of get the idea, but not really. You know? I mean... ironically, that's where a structure update would be quite useful. Or like a structure update year. I think that you could go it that way, right? If they're gonna pull one over on the movies anyway. You know, I wonder why that's why they can't do anything big. Because they have to wait till after the movie comes out before they can make changes. Which means we might get something more interesting like next year. Maybe. Not really good reason, but I mean it is a good reason, but still at the same time you're like, again, kinda like or you could have done it earlier. And yeah, I've been realistic about it. It's possible, you know? Maybe that's why they won't do it. Because it's gotta keep like a consistent look, you know? Despite not being block consistent, and that's where I would believe it would be possible, to be honest. Not because I think that that's something that they want to do, but because they're all about consistency. Yet the most obvious one to focus on with consistency is the one thing they didn't do. Weirdly enough. Like, the obvious answer. Which, the more I think about it, the more I'm kind of confused at. The reason why I'm confused is just like update, like structure wise, they keep removing loot instead of bothering to add new loot, right? People brought up, hey, name tags are kinda no longer rare, they really shouldn't be loot. So what do, they just remove them from the loot pool, but they don't add something else. So in other words, you have less likelihood? Yeah. Which doesn't seem like a proper solution. Yeah, that's the other thing I could really think of that would make some sense. Do I think they make sense? No. But if there was something, it would be that they, can't change anything till the movie comes out, and then they can change structures. But then they won't want to. Could be wrong. I definitely could be wrong. Just fine. Yeah, I thought you were gonna go sleep, Chris. You just said you were getting tired. Yeah, I figured you're probably gonna go sleep. Okay. Fair enough. Anyway, I don't think I've done anything too crazy to the Anxious. Well, other than making it more of a city, but I don't think I've done anything cray-cray, you know? I'm not, like, adding, like... I don't know. Villagers to it or something at the moment. Oh, great. I'm lagging. Fair enough. Fair enough. Here, I can bring a light over to wherever I'm working and just put down a light. Alright, so here's the question. I think what I want to do... It's not really a question, I guess, but I think what I want to do is I want to... I also want to add these, actually. Few locations they can actually go back into. I'll live like 1, I guess. 2, 3. Oh, whoop, I didn't do the right one there. Although all I really have to do for that is to go up here and do this. Because eventually this will need to be like that. Alright, what I'm thinking is I want to have the bridge, or whatever this is, kinda, sorta, more of a, like, imposing kind of blocking off kind of thing. Kind of like the other side. Okay. Just kind of start filling these in here as well. There we go. All those start kind of being filled in. There. What I'm thinking to kind of take it like this is I want to kind of put one here, put one here, 3. Yeah, I've basically removed all my ways up for the moment, but you know, I mean, it's fine. Died. Was that slimes? It was slimes. Okay. I guess I still have this here because I haven't removed it yet. Alright. And I just jumped right back off. I mean, mind you, when I do finally remove it, I do kind of want to have a little... Alright. But let's just put one of these here right now. Alright, and then we can have one of these on the other side as well. This thingy. We kind of just acknowledge it as it is. So that's like that. To kind of create a bit of something. Put that one there. I guess, because it is a bit of a pillar, it can come across like this. Although... I don't know. Oh wait, are they actually gonna match? I don't think they are. Uh-oh. Well... Whoops. Alright, so I want it to be something that completely blocks off this side. Alright. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do that there. I want to do it here. I just realized I had this here. Okay, cool. So what we want to do, we're going to do it on both sides, like so. 2, 3, 4. I just kind of do the same thing here. But this is only to here. There. And then we just do another bunch of these. We can pull in a little bit of just kind of vibes, I guess. And technically what we could do here is Oops. So then behind this... Goes like that, and then I can just chuck some like junk blocks underneath, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. And then we could just do like that. You know what? This can just be like this at the edge, so it feels more in line. And then probably add like stairs or something. Like here, I guess? And then you'd have this go here. I need a few more. Like I said, junk blocks are important. Can't fall in. And then we just kind of could even pull... I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do this. Actually, you know what? No, pull this back, right? I'll put it back off in a second, because it just needs to go from here. Alright, so this needs to be removed. It doesn't go there, it goes here. This can go here. This can go here. this can go here. This can go there. And just drop, and then that. What we could do then. Here, let me do this. This is definitely where this actually goes, right? Well, that's all there. Have any... You know, it's high enough up you're not gonna see this. So we're just gonna hop up and do that. Since that's 1, 2, 3. Alright, anyway, that definitely doesn't work out. I did that wrong. Fine, we just gotta... pull around. Actually, you know, I just need to have like 4 more. Alright. Two. Oh, gosh. Yeah, there. Alright, so let's correct this. But now kind of looks like it's been carved into the land, which still works with our vibes here. Alright. Okay. You know what? We're gonna use one of these. It kind of works. Sorry, I know you can't really see it, but it's not meant to be seen. Let me look around real quick to see if we have any quick and easy to grab stairs. These. Quick and easy to grab. 22. Easy. Although we can kind of go in here a little bit and just kind of clean this up as well. But instead it just looks more like it's actually just cave than like what? Oops. I'll clean it up more later, but it works for what it is. Alright, so what I'd like to do on the sides, I think, here is a little bit more simple to kind of create a bit of a look. I'm gonna get the other side done first. It's up there. And then I will do the sides. How do we do this on this side? Right, literally, it just is like this. Okay. Let's grab out a junk up. And this. Yep. That's that, and then... Grab one singular one of these. Pull this down. And yeah, so that's that. But mind you, as I said, you're not going to see that part. That's not going to focus on anything or anything like that. I don't want that to be too important. That top part, which is why I'm so frustrated with this little bit of cave looking so ick. Alright, feels a little bit less, Alright, so... That's better. I mean, I could probably clear that out as well, but this was just basically intended to kind of clear that all up. So what I want to do... other than eat. Because I'm frustratingly lagging. And I don't know why, and I could go and just fight it, but... really, I don't need to. This is actually like perfect. Boop, boop. And boop. Alright. So... what I'll do... let's see if this works. It does... well... if it doesn't, I still like the idea of how this is gonna look, so there's that. This is not true question up here, real quick. I don't think this is gonna look right here necessarily, but we're just gonna see. Does this block? I don't think it does. Yeah. I think it's just a little bit of... sure, give me a second. Alright. Yeah, okay, so... this is something weird. There we go. I mean, I could still do, like... I don't know, I kind of like the idea of that just feeling like they're a little behind. And then the question becomes, does it glow? I think it does. Look at that. So you just kind of get that little bit of glow, nothing crazy. But it makes it feel all the more nice. Although it does look a little bit like an iron golem, and that's not exactly what I was going for. Feels like a nightmare. What? I don't think I did anything that crazy. Alright, let me go get like 3 more, and then that could be that. But since this side doesn't have any reason to go up, unlike that side, I wanted to kind of add something a little bit more. I mean, I could add a little bit more light kind of things. I guess. If you want me to. I have ways. And those ways are, I know it's not exciting looking. Mind you, I feel like I should specify on that, because it definitely isn't exciting, it's just what it is. What was that in the bottom there? I don't think I actually added anything yet. Or, no, I did. And then those are just kind of plain flat. Which, I mean, fit. Here's what I'm gonna do. I need to clear some of this out anyway. I am going to kind of shape these blobs just the tiniest bit so we can actually get some of this. So what's the idea? Maybe grab one more, because that'll be 5. And then that way we have a more proper entrance, right? Over here. I guess it's daytime. I guess I should probably have a... gone for, Actually, you know what? We could just do something as akin to the same as the other side. But more... That's why I didn't see it. Alright, 2, 3. Hopefully, I want to actually have it here. And mind you, they both show for now. Ironically. There. But you just know that that's so cool like that. And it'll be just done. But the idea is quite literally just like, oh yeah, it just looks like it kind of continues. From where it left off. When it is waking up, by the way, in case you're curious. You can hear him just being cute. You know what? We can just kind of... There. They're technically full blocks. And then you can just kind of keep pulling this along here. Alright, we're just gonna finish clearing up this, because this is basically at the end. Oh, hello! Coconut Fortnite player, how are you? Thank you for the first time chat. How are you this evening? Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I was distracted a second. Got a new light for the moment. I don't think I have any complaints, unfortunately. Alright. So yeah, that comes to the end there, and then... Let's pull that one out there. Oh, buddy, what's the matter, buddy? I heard you waking up. Is the fluffy kitty cat happy? Or sad? Oh, kitty is sad. He needs love. Because he is sad, and he needs everyone to understand that he just wants cuddles. The stream must end. Mind you, I haven't agreed to this at all. This is only his demand. The demands are not met, mister. You can suppose. This is my drink. This is where I come out of here. Rude. Thank you. You weirdo. You don't even... I mean, you shouldn't have coffee and you don't even like it. Like, come on, cat. Apparently, I just need to accept that he is going to sit on me. And that's gonna be that. You too, cat. No, honey, no. No, honey, please don't. Sweetheart, fluffy cat, no. Yes, you. Who do you think I'm talking to? Alright. Yes. I'm out. Okay. Well. Please, kitty, no. Alright. Right. Now we're just gonna put one down on each of these, just so we can get out of here if we get in here. You know how it goes. Like, yeah, we just fell in. Alright, I think on this side everything is ready to kind of actually be flooded. Which I was trying to get to the point where we could do, so you know what? That's a good place to be, right? Crap. Collect that back. I'm gonna go grab that water. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're sneezing. On me. Of course. Of course you are. You know what? We're just gonna put a second one of these in here for now. That way we can just grab all four. Doing this. Alright. Okay. It works. Allowing the water to just kind of follow. Oh, you know, I did think of something I wanted to kind of do, so let me kind of do this. What I'm going to do here... I'm going to create this like so. But... actually, you know what? We could do these like this. This would be probably looking a little bit better. I'm sorry, you don't like it when I'm moving. Because it's under your table. Since you sat on me. I didn't make you sit there, buddy. In fact, I prefer you didn't. Alright, and I'll probably like put something like grass there. That'll work. I can't see. The more you sit in front of me, the more likely I am to just be like, well, I'm just gonna keep going, kitty. Rude. So we can get all the way over to here, yep. Okay. We just kind of slide along. Okay. Boom. And then we just kind of slide over here and we just do boop. And that'll fix that all up. And then you just kind of slide in here like so. Alright. So level 1 is complete. So now there's no real worries about getting over this way. And then just kind of go through. Yeah, that is gonna go down in a minute, and then I have to fix it, but it's fine. Uh-huh. Boom. I don't know, I don't know why the Ancient Sea doesn't have as much water to it. I feel like it'd be the most logical way to kind of have it be. You'd want to counteract, you know, the bad things. Easiest way to do that is just to literally just kind of... like... By the way, pretty far blocked. Anyway, I don't know. Like, if these are supposed to be people who are smart enough to be researching the warden, why is it their city is not underwater? Rather in a way that would keep the warden from being able to, chase them as easily. I'm not saying that would necessarily even have to work. You can still have where it's very clear that it didn't work in the end. I don't know. We've also made it harder. Mind you, not underwater, just submerged. Can also explain why, like, things are kind of higher up and all that as well. Oh, and Kitty has returned. Because, of course he has. He just had things to do. Things and stuff and stuff and things. Okay, what are you doing? Don't mess with that. Oh, you just fill this side. And then this side is done. It honestly makes it feel a lot more city-like, ironically, to do it like that as well, just to have some very basic water. Like, I'm not like trying to go to the point of being like, oh, insane getting in, but sit down. Everybody agrees, I think. He says he does not care, but I think he would agree if he was not a cat. I don't know what kind of they just like, okay. I know I'm not gonna make it very far, but we're gonna try. We're trying to make it as far as we can in this. Wall. Oops. Yeah. Huh. Oops. Okay. I mean, I need way more than this, mind you, but... Oh, you can kind of do every now. You can just literally throw in one here, like so, and then just go... Ta-da, so far. Alright. 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 Alright, I forgot I can make name tags now. Do I really care? No. If I have seats anywhere else... I mean, I have seats upstairs, so it doesn't really matter. Try to see, like, did I save? Do I have a reason to save this? I don't think I do. Alright, so got that like that, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab boop. Boop. We're just gonna do the whole lot. A little bit of, oh yeah, grab one of these as well. Wait, I have one already. Perfect. So what we can do here is we can make a design case. Grab some moss. I also should grab that piece of wood. Mind you, there'll be more little things built into the sides as well, probably, now that we've got that planned out better. Put that there so that we can, I guess, put that there. Put that there. And then we just kind of put that down there. I forgot to make the other pieces. I will finish this in a second. But we're gonna see if we can't get some oxidation happening while we're doing this over here. Okay. Alright, ooh. Right. Alright. We check one of these here. Alright, and then we put a spot like right, say, here. And then overall, that should, for the top, keep that lit. Alright, so that should all be done. Let me look. Yeah. Alright. And what I want to do here is I want to kind of do the same thing inside. The 5 of us, so it's like 7. 2. 2. 4, 5, 6, 7. Should match. In theory. If it doesn't, oh well. Alright. Alright, I want to just do a couple of these. 3. And then 1, 2, 3. Something like that. Alright. I weirdly enough would rather have it be more... Kinda like that. Put one here. Uh-huh. And I just need to do another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess. I don't know, what do you think so far? I kind of want to feel just a little bit off. A little unsettling. I need a little bit more than that. Alright. I think that was right, although I might need 6. Thought I calculated it right, but I might have calculated it wrong. No, it's because of how I did this. Yeah, that's what it was. And then it just goes across here. Oh, it's 4. There wasn't even 1. Alright. And if I get some bushes, then that should actually feel pretty... both sterile and kinda, like, just... weird. Which is what I want. I want it to feel weird. Like... Just to break that down there for you. Do I have any bushes? Do I have any? I don't know. Because it's still meant to feel somewhat alien. I'm trying to remember does this... No, it doesn't. Perfect. Weird, right? Alright, I'm gonna make a whole bunch of these. If I have too many, oh well. Hello, Labeljet. How are you doing? Welcome to my, ancient city to be. I mean, it's still more of the campus, but you know what? It will be a city one day. You just have to believe hard enough. Thank you. I'm glad to hear you're doing fine. It's just slow going because I am filling it with water as well. And lava is being moved around and stuff, but honestly, I mean, it's not too bad. I decided I couldn't focus on the outside at the moment, so I'm gonna continue working down here. Alright, too much. Buildings. These will be buildings eventually, so I'm just making sure they stay dry before I fill them in, see? There's a mostly built building. It helps me remember later what I was planning to do. And then the fully kind of start, well, not fully, but mostly built in buildings on the outside at least. I'm trying to make it more city-like, I guess. It's one of the main focuses I want to have. Let's see, those aren't done, but... So I try to have like some residential-y kind of things, and then it's going to lead into the actual city here. Oh, I went down the wrong pipe. Hi, thanks for the first time chat. Supplies, how are you doing? Building a wall. I'd rather finishing the last bit of this wall. That way, that'll be done. It is 90% done. I really doubt this late in the stream, Tomas. Haha. Yeah. I figured, like I said, too late in the stream for that. I'm turning the ancient, well, on this channel it's more called the Ancient Campus, but into an actual city. This is a post-apocalyptic style world, so you know. That's the idea of the theme. We're just underground right now. I guess I could go upstairs real quick. But yeah. But I just also always rebuild. If I find out I have an ancient city, because it just frustrates me to no end that they just are not cities. There's a cat. And he only partially disagrees with you. But he's offended. You wanna say meow, buddy? No? Well, part of it is just kind of, I do like to take the Minecrafty style. Like, the basic kind of style for some of my stuff. I like to start there, and then from there, trying to kind of figure out where I want to go with it. I mean, like, if you look, this does fit in with what they did do. It's just more, kind of fits, I guess. I think it out more. Honestly, the thing that's super frustrating, like, that has literally left me kind of just end up going, yeah, more developed. Blood is no good. The deer is okay, though. I can show that, I guess. But, like, if you look at, like, stylistically, I can kind of go upstairs after I sleep real quick and just show kind of where I start. With an idea. But it's a lot easier to see there than down here. But a good example of something I do every time is like, this is what is already in this game, technically, except it's one block wider and one block taller and actually on a road. It's not like it's anything crazy or dramatic, it's just made to actually fit all the roads. Yeah, I'll like, when I watch stuff, I'll get some ideas and stuff, but I will be honest, my style has kind of just still stayed very basic, same. It's not very fancy. One second. It takes a minute. Alright. But, I mean, it's easier to see how basic and boring my style is when I'm not doing ancient city stuff. Although, like, I'll take inspiration, like, this building, I was more inspired kind of by, like, teenage romance vampire goth thing kind of stuff, and I kind of just went with that kind of style. So that one's a little different, but most of them tend to just be basic buildings. No. More just kind of, yeah. Honestly, I don't think most people will go with my weirdness. And in case you're wondering, yeah, this was all done by hand to be broken down as a thing. But when I'm, to kind of show, I gotta actually go upstairs to my village hopefully nothing spawned. I hate pillagers. And when I did research and more research, and I found out there is nothing that stops pillagers from spawning. Unless you turn them off. Even villagers. But, like, because I actually have part of a house still up here. So I take the basic structure of, like, what's in a Minecraft village house to start with. Like so. Pretty basic. And then I kind of just try to mix it up and kind of add flair. To be a little bit more kind of just different. Remixed. Sort of. I take the concept and the idea. These buildings weren't actually here or like this. They were just a few scattered buildings around, but I look at, like, what's the actual building look like for, like, right next to it, other than that one. I just ran out of room. And I adjust. So, like, this is based off the 2-story one, which I don't think this village actually had a 2-story villager building. So, also I hate glass, so no glass in these windows, but that's just a personal thing. You can see here, it's just quite literally taking the idea, but just adjusting it a little bit. Making it a little bit more kind of fit the style. But yes, I sometimes I try to kind of do a mix on them. And then sometimes I just go, well, I made this on another world, and you know what? I like how it looks. I think it fits the style. I wish they would do a Cherry Blossom Village that would have us like as Fletchers. Because, you know, it'd be like just perfect. You have like a little area to actually shoot. But that's kind of how I think it through. I like the idea of it being Minecrafty. I just like to kind of be like, well, what would fit? Honestly, my favorite thing is just with the cherry wood is ironically not the pink, but instead the outside bark that matches with the nether brick so nicely. And then sometimes I do something stupid. I've got something over on my, like, starter island that's just like, I built Barbie Dream House. Because the colors just made me think of that. I ended up working through that. But no, I like kind of looking through and seeing how they've done it, and then trying to take it and add different styles or variations to it. My more, what I actually do, I guess, I end up doing a lot more. It's just, we're not like talking just like taking the style, that's more over here. The idea is just to... I don't really watch tips. I do watch Minecraft stuff, but like I said, I just kind of... And when I'll see something, sometimes I'm like, ooh, that's kind of a nifty idea. When I try to implement it myself, I usually just kind of am like, yeah, it didn't really work. What I was thinking, and I kind of end up doing something else. Honestly, I would just like, yeah. So I have very few problems. I'm not very good at copying them. Well, this is supposed to be a gas stable, basically. It's not done. Everything's always a work in progress, but I just kind of need more brick. The glass kind of just... It has a story. The whole world has a story. That's the other thing I like doing. It's apocalyptic, dystopian style story, to be honest, but it has one. Actually, I could just go down this way. But no, like, I'll see stuff, and as I said, I oftentimes just kind of try to base off of the existing structures, because I like it fitting. I like it looking like it fits. I guess. The best way to kind of describe it. But no, I don't really watch, like, tips and tricks kind of thing. I exclusively have played single player, and this is my single player Java Vanilla World since 4 years ago now, almost. That's why so much is actually done. I mean, to be fair, it's not like it would be... But, like, I'll get an idea in my head, like... You know what? I want to have this be a wall so that you can't actually go up and down. So I'm going to dig out the entire mountain. Well, right now I haven't been too active, just for the last couple months. Kind of starting in, like, October, but let me see here. And to be fair, like I said, I've also done a lot of modded, and I've done, I was doing Bedrock until I kind of had to give up. Rather, I just kind of got, yeah, so 27.65 days over, like, 4 years worth of time doing streams. And I don't play off stream either, so that really and truly is just time. But no, I haven't been as active lately because I've been playing a lot of Hytale, because that's a little bit more my style, just because I like adventuring and stuff. And yeah, that's the crappy sled. Here, I'll go show the deer that Tomas wanted me to show. But I just winged. It's one of the things I'm most proud of, though. So I'm not against doing it. Even if it's a bit out of the way. Sort of. But, yeah. Not recently, mostly just because I haven't really been inspired by the updates either. So when I come in, it's just to start working on my projects and stuff. And try to get them done. Though we do tend to be pretty active in Christmas, because I do have a Christmas village I could go to, I guess, if you wanted to see. Here, let's just head in. This is the easier way. Here. My best build. Probably. Yeah. I just ended up very pleased with the end result. Because when they had the Whitewood come out, I just thought, ooh, white reindeer. It's kind of hard to see though. All different angles. Would look super good. I mean, it is a little disproportionate stuff, but it's fun. And I am pretty proud of it. Because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to. Be able to do that. Because I didn't have any, like, designs looking at or anything, and I just wanted to kind of try and do something. Christmassy. Because I just do Christmassy stuff at Christmas. I mean, I have, but for years I had just like the worst internet, and I was barely streaming. Yeah, in the last like 2 years I got like the internet. Not even 2, like 1.5. But honestly, I don't even really know what I would do on a server. I mean, I could technically do a public one, but I don't really interact with people, I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty bad about it. Plus, again, that's kind of one where you kind of need more time on, not just, like, streams. And my sister streams, my brother streams, and my mom streams, and we all use the same computer. But at separate times. So it makes it a little difficult. Honestly, like, I do art and stuff, so it's just kind of fun to use it basically kind of like a palette and just do stuff. I've made my model. I do what's not the best because, you know, it's just a Vroid model, but, you know, I'm pleased with it. It's the best one yet. And yeah, no, I know what I'm bad at. I know what I'm very bad at. I don't even pretend. But it looks okay from the front, mind you, but from the side, yeah, it's pretty obviously pretty bad. I don't even bother looking inside it. I like Sandstone. Platinum's good. Besides, I spend like 50% of my time complaining about Minecraft. I play. That's just kind of how I end up doing things, like most games. I don't want to disturb other people. We're having fun. But nah. I mean, I'm also very much into symmetrical, I guess. But like I said, I don't mind going to my Christmas village. That's the only other thing I really have, but it is a bit of a ways away. I guess there's also my starter base. It's like 2,000 blocks that way. So I could use another to get to. Mostly just for Barbie house, though. Really, there's nothing else there at this point. And a sheep farm I haven't used. But no, my other proud moment, I actually built a creeper farm. It actually works, and it's happiness. I don't even pretend that I know if it's good or not, because I tried looking. I could not understand farms. I do not understand farms. I am crap at redstone, and I know it. Oh, aren't we selling any sand? Nope. I'll be honest, since they updated his trades, it's so much harder to get sand from the guy, and it's kind of annoying. My game do be glitching. My game do be glitching. Which is kind of frustrating because it was the only renewable source of sand, and they've basically all but removed it. Hello, Knight. I was about to head back downstairs. I was just breaking down what I've done the last, like, 4-ish years. I think. It might not be a full 4 years. It might not be 4. It might be closer to 3 just because basically I hurt my hand. Started playing. So I do a lot of modded. Fair enough. Alright, you can also see what I did today. I've worked on corner. I cleared out the corner here and actually built the wall around. I need to remove the skulk someday. The amount of work that takes is just annoying. So it'll continue to stay for now. So this is what I have done. I have just done not very much, but it's cleaned out. I cleared it out. This can go, actually, I think. Can you actually see? I think you can. Makes that better. Alright, so these buildings, I set these up, which I have been talking about every time I played that I would do, but I actually finally did get around to it. I got a little bit of work done over there as well on that one. So, yeah. And then I realized also I need to remove this wall. Yay! Because that's how that is. That stupid ancient campus. Can't be easy. And it all feels very city-like. Nope, nope. Yeah. So I'll go straight across. I'm not pretending it's fun, I'm just being honest. Kind of frustrating. But I still go with, I feel like... I mean, the lava's fine. I think that kind of figures. But I just feel like for some of the stuff, like, I really wish they had done more quality testing. On the actual buildings. And didn't add the wrong wardens to everything. It's so frustrating. Like, everything. I still think it's weird. But you know what? I managed to keep it just to that. I'm actually complaining about the... I complained instead about the updates. You know. But hey, it wasn't the ancient city. Well, the thing. It wasn't an ancient campus, right? That was good. Alright. It just gets frustrating. I also don't know why I do this to myself. I don't have to, you know? I really don't. Anyway, the next time I play, whenever that is, I will probably want to stick a few small things here or there. Kind of along this whole thing. And then I also will want to finish off the wall. Plus I gotta eventually clear that out. I do have a tiny bit left of the TNT. I could just TNT it. This. Fire in the hole. Just a little bit. Does not help that my game has decided to lag out. But yeah, basically clear out this wall, clear out... I gotta clear out the wall over there too. And the only thing that's really holding me back is the sand. And that's the thing I still go with. You know, if they're gonna make sulfur a stupid decoration, like, let it be turned into sand, even though it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I know it doesn't make any sense, it's just like, come on. Or have some beetle thing, if they're gonna have a beetle that actually does something with sand. That duplicates it. Make it slow, make it annoying, but make it possible. That would make me search for that stupid cave. I think those are the things I kind of go with the most. Nah, it just kind of is starting to sputter because I exited, I came back in on the new update. And because I did several things like that, it's just confused and finally gave up. Honestly, it was more shocking it lasted as long as it did before it started sputtering. If I'm being totally honest. You know? Well, so you know, I got like, you should back up your world. I never get that when it's like a new update. So that's only this update's probably quite a bit unstable. So I let it back it up. And yeah, and then was already expecting issues. Honestly, at least it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I'm not either. Notice how I put it. I didn't say that it's like... Here, I'm just gonna get my picture. I'm just gonna leave it as is. I'm not gonna bother like changing the lighting or anything because that's nice, but yeah. Anyway, the biggest reason why I know it's not actually the world is I can check because I had Task Manager open. Due to that's like the only way to make it so that OBS will recognize the new update. So, yeah. And I can just see it's not chugging there. So it's literally in the game, something that's chugging. Probably hung up on something. Whereas when it is actually where I gotta like shut down the game and go back into the game, or where it's the memory, it would be like showing something that doesn't. The fact it's not means it's like it's a thing here in game, which I know. It means I gotta shut down the game, reopen the game. I mean, when I say shut down, I mean like completely exit out of the game. Exit out of the launcher, re-enter the launcher, re-enter the game, re-enter the save, and I just didn't want to do that. Shockingly, it works. Typically when it's this. Yeah. Because what it means is that when I loaded it in, because you can see that I was like, I was actually thinking of the eating. That I basically just... It didn't load in quite right. As evidence for the fact that I can still kind of feel slime. And when I'm not, it's just because I can't. I'm just not hitting the hitbox. See, no stutters on that. Like, actually, from sword hit to kill. Whereas if it was just that, it would also be stuttering there and having issues, and I wouldn't be able to kill them, you know? I pay attention. It's not lag, and it's not like just... It's just... yeah. Heck, look, opening and closing chests. Again, that shouldn't be that quick for the amount of time it takes to eat. Right? And in case you're curious, yes, I still have the lag over here, so it's not like that. It's a thing where it's not working, where it's actually worth counting, or I'm eating until it's a certain point. I don't know why. I can show you. Door open, fine. There's not even like a second of stuttering. It just does that. And it's been doing that since the Spear update, I think. Maybe the update before that one, but it was definitely an update that caused it to start happening. Because otherwise it wouldn't have been, And then it was mostly... Actually, no, what it was it was like the one before, it was like where I'd have it happen. And that was mostly fixed. And now again with this update, it's doing it again. Lovely, isn't it? Anyway, I do need to finish. Kitty is bad. Guilt tripping me on right next to me. Yeah. Like, I love the little guy, but he is very good at the guilt trip. Anyway. I'm gonna probably do... I know you don't care, but I'll probably do, like, Timber Rush tomorrow. Try to finish that. If I manage to finish early and actually finish it, I'll probably then do Fools. But it was pretty easy on the computer, and it was pretty good. And it was pretty fun. And we're, like, hopefully near the end of the game, so, you know, then we can flip the pool and all be good. But, and if we're not near the end of the game because it's that grindy, I still want to finish. Because, you know, I can. I like doing that kind of thing, so... Yeah. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, / night, / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thanks for sticking around, and, yeah. Bye-bye!